Alright, we're a little behind, but whatever. So, part of what I'm doing today is like EBWizardry stuff. But there is one thing that I am going to do first and foremost. There was something. Yeah, it was this. Okay, so it was something about this. Some crash that occurred here. Come on. Go down. Uh-huh. Let's go in here. Where is the actual crash? We still... There we go. Okay. Found it. Found it. I found the thing. We're good. So... let's see what is going on here. So it seems like it's not... It's something to do with bubbles, and I don't know what broke specifically, or like how or why or whatever. I think it's the bobble modifier formatter. Uh, where is this called? I don't think this is called anywhere. Let's see. Because if so, that should go in there. Okay, it's still trying to fetch calls. Okay, so this is interesting. We already have a thing here. Okay, it's not called anywhere. Well, that's lovely. Don't you think that should probably be called somewhere? I want to also, while I'm here, did I put it here? Where's this? Under integration client. Right. And this implements imod compat tooltip formatter. I think this is a much better way of doing this than have a constructor here that takes the tooltip formatter and the icon aggregator. Oops. Formatter, and then this dot icon aggregator equals this thing. Actually, this needs to be abstract. And in case I want to like do anything else, I can do that. But now it's like this thing just extends abstract mod compat tooltip wrapper thingy. Let me do this, and then I don't need any of this or that. Because now I've specified it to just wrap these two things together and just function like that, but apply to bubbles. And now we don't even need that documentation, because that documentation is no longer relevant, because we instead extend abstract mod compat tooltip wrapper item stack. And then this instead does item damage distribution formatter dot get instance and item damage distribution icon aggregator dot get instance. Oh, we don't need to do that. Okay, that's useful. Now the EBWizardry. Where's the EBWizardry thing? Here we are. We cast it, and then we do that. It's fine. Now this is the interesting thing. This is where we got a problem, because we got null somewhere. Specifically on line 77. So right here, we got null. How does that make sense? It's in the if present where we have a null. Okay, obviously the type can't be null, so like that's fine. Okay, so it's like it's not that obviously. I think it's here. Get modifications. This map though. This bubble modifier, this bubble's configuration here, does it return? What does it return? It returns an enum map. And then this returns get modifications. So let me look at an implementation of this. Open type hierarchy, that's probably fine. It extends a base map. See, now that's interesting. And get modifications returns this. And it returns a base map, which is inherently a non-null map. So that's the part that confuses me. Unless I messed something up, which I must have, but... Okay, but that's not a thing, right? Because we have this thing. Wait, what are we doing? We're getting... This is a configuration. Let me look at this configuration. Do I even use this? Is the whole point supposed to be that I'm supposed to use this get modifier? If present, where is M? M is this map of bobble modifier type to that. Oh, because that's where I'm supposed to get the modifier for that, right? Which is not what I'm doing here. And then these modifications is got from that. So this is what's happening here. We're getting it, but it's not, there's no modifications for it. So I need an if. Please do my if. Okay, fine. Don't do my if. I don't care. If m dot contains key. If we have the key, then do this. If we have the key, we will get the key, get the modifications, do the entry set, format it. If we don't have the key, we don't do it, obviously. And the icon aggregator, I probably want to check here as well. if it contains the key for that, then we do that. Right? Okay. That seems good. I now have to check it. And the way I'm going to check it is going to go into I'm going to open this folder. I do have content tweaker here, right? Yeah, I have content tweaker here, so... And I have bobbles, so I should be able to drop that thing in. I'm pretty sure that if I... That's construct army, that's tinkers, Lycanites, mobs, tetrahuela, baubles, okay. What did they do? They only have it set to like 0, so if I remove these entries... If I remove these entries, then the game should crash. Just make sure I can replicate it, you know? Pretty sure I can. Okay, it's just prepping to launch. And once this is good, then we can be done with it. Huh. And that was it just crashing, right? Yes. Good, good. But why you crash? What? Okay, I got a completely unrelated crash. Let me view the crash report. Okay, I don't know if that's related. We're gonna try again. Like, it should definitely crash. Okay, I don't know when it's supposed to crash. Maybe it'll crash when I mouse over a bobble or something. Yeah, there we go. Now, did it crash because null happened? Null pointer exception. Yes, yes. It did in fact crash the exact way. Which means now, if I build this, once it finishes. I just gotta wait for that. Okay, build this. This finished? Yes, it did. Okie doke. Slap this over here. And do that shit again. I like when YouTube doesn't loop my playlist. It's very good. Okay, so now the ring should be fine. Yes, it is. Okay, good. Okay, so now what I need to do is I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. Or this, or this, or this. And this does still have the damage distribution, which is good, as does this. Good. Now we have to set each one. So I need... Where is this thing? Like this thing, right? Show spell distribution. The spell is this. Spell type damage. Yeah, okay. Where's my default values? Now, to make things convenient, I'm going to do this in alphabetical order. That just works the best here. Let's move this down here. It's like I need another screen. Or can I do it down here? Does this work? I think so. Okay. It's a little weird, but it'll work. It'll work. I can go up here and yeah. Okay. So Spells. What do we even have? Cast. What is cast? EBWizardry. All the spells. Yeah. I'm unable to cast Arc. But that's because I know what it all does. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Arc. Arc, I know what Arc is. Arc does shock damage. Alright, so... Spell damage type is shock. And so we did Arc. Right? Okay, so Arc is shock. What's next on the list? Arcane Jammer. Arcane Jammer, I don't think that does anything. Probably doesn't. Arcane Jammer. Arcane Lock. That probably locks a chest. I could actually figure out what these do by just looking at this. Right, so I can open this and it'll say, or the Spark of Lightning. Okay, we know about that. Arcane Lock creates an impenetrable barrier of force around a container, protecting it from being opened or destroyed. The caster and their allies may still open it, however. Yeah, so that's just a utility-based spell. An Arcane Jammer prevents us from using magic, which is exactly what I thought it would do, and none of that does damage. How many other A spells do you have? Arrow Rain. Wow, very cool. But the spell itself is not doing damage, it's just a projectile thing, so that's fine. Okay, what do we have with B? We have Banish. What does this thing do? Teleports a target against its will. Okay. So like if I cast this on you, you're just sent somewhere. Oh, you were sent there. Okay. That doesn't do any damage, so that's fine. What do we got after? Black Hole, which I've done. Blinding Flash. I don't think this does damage. I think this just quite literally blinds you. Yeah, it just blinds you. You what? Oh, it just teleports. Okay, that's fair. That definitely does something. Yeah, Blizzard does Frost. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your subscription, Nishil. Very much appreciate it. Very wizard. Yep. What else we got after Blizzard Boulders? It's just... That's cool. Does that actually do... That probably does damage. How much damage are we talking here? What kind of damage? Magic damage. Okay, sure. Boulder magic. So that did magic, and that spell was boulder or whatever. Okie doke. What does this do? Well, it did damage. Okay. Sure. Bubble does magic. Okie doke. I think that was all the ones that start with B, right? Yeah, okay. So now C. Ooh, that definitely does damage. Yep. Okay, it does radiant damage. Okay. Gotta put that down. It's the less steel I can spell. Smite, and that is radiant. Okay. Very good. Chain lightning. $50 says this is shock. You bet. Oh wait, that is shock too. Charge is shock. And then what do we got? Clairvoyance. What did you say? Your remembered locations in another dimension. Okay, well, that probably doesn't do damage, so I probably don't need to worry about that one. Oh wait, no. Cobwebs. Yeah, that just creates cobwebs. That doesn't do damage. Combustion rune? Oh shit. Okay, how... Explosion.player. It does 25 damage, wow. But this is just an explosion. It just does an explosion. So it doesn't do damage using EBWizardry's damage system, so that's fine. Don't need to worry about that one. Conjure armor. That just puts armor on me, right? Yeah. pretty shit armor, not gonna lie, but that's just because of quality tools. Conjure block, conjure bow, conjure pickaxe, conjure sword. Those all probably don't do damage. I have no idea what this does. Okay, I actually don't know what this does. Containment, what do you do? Contains the target to within a short distance of its current position. Okay, so that doesn't do any damage. Cure effects. Well, I imagine that's probably some... Yeah, I probably don't need to worry about that. Cure effects, and there's Cursive Enfeeblement. I don't feel like that does damage. Cursive Enfeeblement. And then Cursive Undeath. I'm feeling so enfeebled suddenly. He was suddenly weakened as if the life had been wrenched from him. Testimony of the only person known to have encountered a member of the Soul Walker cult and survived. That doesn't tell me what the spell does! Cool lore, but it doesn't tell me shit. Okay, we have to cast it a couple times to figure out exactly what it does. Okay, definitely doesn't do damage. Good to know. That still doesn't really tell me what it does. Like, I don't know what it does, but clearly it probably makes you kind of garbage in some facet. What else we have? Curse of Undeath and Curse of Soulbinding. Okay, that's Banish. We don't need that one. This is Curse of Undeath. Curses the target with undeath, causing it to burn in sunlight like zombies and skeletons. Lasts until the victim dies. Has no effect on undead creatures. I don't like this spell. Because if they have this, and they burn in sunlight, DDD has a thing where mobs that burn in the day while exposed to the sky should receive radiant damage. That makes the most sense. However, in order for this to work, DDD has to know which mobs should be affected by it. So that's a thing. Okay, this is a special spell. All right, we're gonna put this in a chest of you're ruining DDD's system. Please stop. It's a spell of you're ruining everything. I might be able to figure that out. That's probably not gonna be that bad. Curse Soul Binding. Causes the target's soul to be inextricably bound to that of the caster, meaning all damage dealt to the caster is also dealt to the victim. Ooh. How does that work? I don't think I'm gonna like this one either. To be honest. Now I need to like take damage or something. I guess the question is, will it... Let's just give myself like a flint and steel. That should be under tools, right? Yeah, okay. I can just step on fire. I think I missed you. God damn it. I don't know if you actually took damage from that. You are taking damage, but how are you taking damage? I need to, like... Quiver will take its own explosion damage. Huh. So how is it taking damage? It's taking magic damage. Okay, so it's not taking the same type of damage. It's just... Wizardry is listening to, like, a living hurt event or whatever, and then it probably connects to whatever... Actually, I'm very curious. I want to know how this works, because if this works in a... depending on how this works, I might be able to inflict the same type of damage to the soulbound thing. Maybe. I'm not too sure about that, but we will find out. So, spell, Curse of Soul Binding. I imagine on hit... Curse of Soulbind. Okay, so it has a potion effect. On Living Hurt event. Yep. Get soulbound creatures. Magic damage, get amount, get source. Event that gets source, that get damage type. Wait, what? What does attack entity safely require? It requires a target. It requires a damage source. The source of the damage. So then you'd think they would take the same thing. Attack entity safely, yeah. I see that. What I want to know is, does that cause direct magic damage? Yeah. Event get amount, get source, get damage type. Okay, so I'm under the impression that it doesn't actually copy the damage source. And none of the context that could determine a damage type is even transferred over to the mob taking the damage. Meaning, in theory, if you had this spell, based on the way I think it's going to have to work, if you have this spell and you have and you're going up against a mob immune to fire damage, and all you have is this spell and things that do exclusively fire damage, then you cast this spell on the creature, you do fire damage to yourself, and then that will do damage to the fire immune creature and then eventually kill it. Which, you know what? Works for me. But this doesn't need like a thing in a tooltip. Like I don't need something here that says that the damage for Curse of Soulbinding is like force damage or whatever, because the spell itself isn't really doing the damage. So I'm not gonna put that there. Because for something like Magic Missile, I have this configured so there's actually a little spell distribution. It'll actually show you the damage that the spell does. But it won't if you select a spell that doesn't have damage associated with it, like Summon Zombie obviously doesn't, so there's nothing to do there. And that's basically what I'm setting up here. So I now need to continue to go down this list. I think that was all the C spells. Curse of Undeath. Yeah, okay. So now this. Holy shit. What does this even do, dude? Well, it does do necrotic damage because it does. The damage type is Wither. Okay. What spell did I just cast, bro? Darkness Orb. That does Wither damage. Okay. Got that. Now, what's next on this list? There's so many fucking spells, dude. Okay, Dark Vision, that makes sense. Dart, that just shoots a little dart. So this is gonna be Force, right? Because it just does magic? Yep, okay. Dart, not dark, dart, magic. Okay, I probably need to target something. That does just a bunch of necrotic damage. Gotcha. So Decay is Wither. Decoy. Oh, hey, look, it's me. Good for me. Oh, it gives you a potion effect. I mean, we're still gonna just do that. That's fine. I can't even beat up my own clone. That's tragic. How did you resist that, by the way? Oh, because the damage type is Blast. Right, and you have immunity to thunder damage, and I set, in this little book here, I set the spell distribution for Blast to be 50% thunder, 50% bludgeoning. Just to test. It's normally just bludgeoning. This is normally just force. I just changed it for the purposes of testing, but the default's just bludgeoning, so. Either way, detonate, which needs to go here. Detonate does blast damage. Lemon Flesh, that's just a buff. Disintegration. Okay, that probably does damage. You'd be freaking right. Spell damage type is fire. Okay, so disintegration. Disintegration is fire. Okay, let's let's see, what's next on this list? Oh, divination. No. I have no idea what this does. Nothing happened. Okay, not gonna worry about it. Actually, maybe gonna worry about it. What does this do? Guides the caster to nearby ores. Okay, yeah, no, that doesn't matter. And then it's just Dragon Fireball. Which, it does necrotic. Why do you do necrotic? Are you well? Oh, wait. I might be able to figure out why it's doing necrotic damage. It's instant potions. Yes, because it basically counts as like a harming potion. And so since it basically counts as a harming potion, and the harming potion is necrotic damage, because obviously that makes the most sense, this is necrotic damage, which I guess also technically works out. So we'll just leave it like that. That's good. Earthquake does, Earthquake should just be like straight bludgeoning, right? Because it's just, oh, it's blast. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, what do we got next? Empowering Presence, that's just a buff. I don't know what buff that is, but it's a buff of some description. That works for me. I don't know what this does. Oh. Okay. Changes the target. That's doing damage. Doing magic damage. Okay. So what was that spell? Entrapment. Huh, we got a long way to go. I remember I had a time and a half when I was doing Lycanites mobs. And now I'm doing this. Evade. That probably doesn't do much of anything. Oh, that's it. Okay, so that's all the E spells. Oh, wait, will these just count as Evoker Fangs? Please tell me this does force damage, because I believe Evoker Fangs do force damage. I believe Evoker Fangs do force damage. Please tell me you're just doing that. That'd be sick. That'd be sick. Yes, Evoker Fangs. It picked the Evoker Fangs distribution. It actually just does Evoker Fangs. Okay, good. Good. Now, yeah, so this does its own thing. I don't need to put anything there. I'm not going to put anything there for those ones. Just for the spells that do damage via EBWizardry's damage system, do I put a little thing that specifies what damage it does. Everything else, not my problem. You must specify a duration for this spell. Okay, well, $50 says fire breath does fire damage. Where's fire breath? There it is. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's fire damage, okay? It's fire damage. We don't even worry about it, it's fire damage. This is what, fire breath? Yeah, fire underscore breath. Okay. And that's fire. Bid new. What's next on the list? Fire resistance, which just does that. That's valid. Fire sigil. What do you mean unable to cast fire sigil? Fire sigil does fire damage, so I guess I'll put that here. Fire underscore sigil is fire damage. If it does damage through EBWizardry damage system and it's not some weird gimmick like Curse of Soul Binding or whatever, I'm gonna put it here. Fireball, been new, this is fire damage. I'm pretty sure I don't even need to check that. Fireball is fire damage. This is pretty obvious. Firebolt, $50. Firebolt is fire damage. This part's easy. Firebomb, well, we know what that one is. No, please enter this correctly. Fire. And then, what else we got? Firebomb. Fire Skin. Does that make it so that when mobs melee me, they take fire damage? But what damage type is Black Hole? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? I don't have it on my wand anymore. Yeah, whatever. Do that. It counts as... Whoops, wrong spell. Force damage. Because Black Hole does magic damage, generic magic damage, and the default anyway, this is obviously configurable, is that magic-based damage is broken down as force damage in DDD's system. Bludgeoning is crushing you gravitationally. I know, right? You would like that. Here's the problem. Let me also show you something. This thing, the snare spell. Do I have the snare spell? I have the snare spell on this wand. The snare spell, it creates these little snare things, right? And when you step on them, this looks like piercing damage to me. In fact, if I set block to snare, if I set this to snare and then I drop creeper on it, it counts as piercing damage. It says piercing damage. But when I cast it, it makes it force damage. And that's just how EBWizardry works. When you cast it, it does magic damage. When you set block, it does cactus damage. It's weird. But I can't make it do piercing damage. I'd love to make it do piercing damage, but I have no way of really getting that to work. Just because of the way EBWizardry works, when damage is being inflicted, there's no way to tell what spell caused that damage. The only thing I can tell is the EBWizardry damage type that's being inflicted. So that's basically the only thing I can go off of. And I reached out to the EB. I went to the EBWizardry Discord, and I'm like, hey, here's what I'm trying to do. I know that you guys have Electrobulbs Wizardry. I know that you guys have wherever it is. It's not there. It's not there either. Gameplay settings. Damage type prevalent. This is something added by EBWizardry specifically for DDD. This is the best that they've done. Could just make an extension of damage source. They do have an extension of damage source. It's called magic damage. It extends damage source. It is a damage source. It just does not have a reference to the spell. That's the tragic thing. Just the element? Just the element. Just a spell element. Which is the only thing I can go off of. Which is unfortunate. I reached out to the EBWizardry Discord and the current maintainer, and I was like, hey, I'm making a thing. I'm trying to get these mods to work better together. I know you've done something with DDD already, but I'm trying to make it work a little better. And they were like, oh, what are you doing? And I'm like, okay, here's what I'm doing so far. Right now, I have basically this. Minions copy their mob resistances. So zombie minions will copy the resistances of zombies. It just makes a lot more sense to define it this way instead of having a separate config entry for zombie minions, which is 99% most likely going to just copy the resistances of regular zombies because they are zombies. And then have this, which will link those throwables so that they have their own damage distribution in the tooltips, which is useful. And then basically just originally what I wanted to do is I wanted to have this thing called spell distributions, where you would specify the spell name and its distribution. And DDD would be able to do distributions per spell, and that'd be great. Can't do that. So now I have to specify what each type is, and then specify what damage type each spell does. This isn't really necessary. This is just so it shows up in tooltips correctly. It's not entirely necessary. Set what damage spells do based off their damage type. The defaults include all damage spells here. This is mainly just for tooltips. Sorry, not that one. This one. Spells configured hero, special spell distribution. Tooltips show up when they're selected in the spell or wand or stored in the scroll. Not or book. It doesn't show up on books. It's just so that you know what the spell does. I thought that was a neat little thing to add. But that's the best I can do unless EBWizardry kind of helps out. So, kind of stuck with this. Which is fine. It technically works. It's just, I know some people are going to not be the happiest with it, because they're going to be like, oh, I want my black hole to do force damage, but I want my snare to do piercing damage, and it's like, I'm sorry, I can't, it's out of my hands. Firestorm, Flame Ray, these are all fire damage. Personally, I would want the, I'd want the charge spell. I'd want this to do bludgeoning damage, because you literally fly into them super fast. You do bludgeoning damage. But it's got to be lightning damage. So, that's just how it is, right? Some spells are going to be a little strange under this system, but it's the most that can be done. Flame Catcher. What is flame? What is this? What did you do? What have you done? The bow does fire damage. The bow doesn't. Wait, the bow doesn't do fire damage. Wait, what? Why not? Oh my gosh. So I also need to set Flamecatcher Arrow. Cause it's a magic bow, duh. You could overwrite this. Because it's a specific projectile, I think. It depends on the priority. No, probably not. I probably want to set a specific thing for this. So, okay, where's the Flamecatcher? Flamecatcher. Put that in here. I can make a very specific thing for this. So that when you get the Flamecatcher bow, it has a projectile distribution on it. And the projectile distribution just uses whatever the spell distribution is. Just so that you know this is doing force damage. And then on hit, it does fire damage. Sure. Oh, I probably want to do the same thing for Conjure Bow and Conjure Sword and all this other shit. God damn it. So, Conjure Armor, this will need a armor distribution. And then Conjure Block, that's fine. Good block. And then Conjure Bow. That was a really cool animation. I don't know what's happening down there, but it's certainly not... It's certainly trying, I'll give it that much. And that just says piercing, because it just counts as a thing. Because Conjured Arrow does that. So, I can link the Conjured Arrow to the Conjured Bow. Probably. Break. Nice. Block bow, pickaxe. Now, this would need... Obviously, this would need its own damage distribution as well. Which would probably be... like a mix of force and piercing, honestly. And you're like, oh, the Conjured Arrow should do force and piercing. You can actually, you can specify that. Okay, so conjure bunch of bullshit. Put this shit in here. All the conjure stuff. Conjure. A little late, what'd you miss? I am, honestly, you really didn't miss much. Conjure bow, conjure pickaxe, conjure armor. Okay, so this also needs its own special treatment. The conjure spells need their own thing, as does the Flamecatcher. And the Curse of... Wait, why is the Curse of Undeath here? Oh, wait, yeah, the Curse of Undeath. Yeah, the Curse of Soul Binding's fine. I am in the process of configuring every EBWizardry spell to map it to the damage type that it does, because there's nothing built in that does that, because why would there be? So that it shows up on tooltips, like it does for these. Now I can hold control and it shows force damage. You can map 10 million add-on spells. No. No, I am creating defaults for the built-in wizardry spells. If you're gonna add add-on spells, you gotta do that yourself. I'm just giving you the I'm just giving you the spells from EBWizardry. Right? That's all I'm doing. Just like how for Tinker's Construct integration, I provide like material distributions and all that stuff for a lot of the built-in Tinker's Construct materials and the Tinker's Construct tools. If you're adding add-on spells or add-on mods to add more tools or different materials, that's on you to specify the distribution there. Right. Mainly because for Tinker's Construct in particular, like the sky is limitless because you can use Content Tweaker to create custom materials and stuff, and so these defaults are here so that EBWizardry works well out of the box, which is the main thing that I'm looking to do here. And if there's other things that do jank stuff, like make Endermen burn in daylight or some shit, and you want it to be radiant damage, I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. Right? I just want to have it work out of the box with EBWizardry. Add-ons, it's up to you to configure it however you want. Also think Kitty likes your stream. I think so too. Cast, what am I doing? I was on F, right? Yeah, I was on F. Flamecatcher, Flaming Axe. God damn it, enough of these conjure fucking weapon spells. Yeah, it sets you on fire. Yeah, that makes sense. It has fire aspect on it? No, it doesn't. A shit axe, that's for sure. On hit, it does bludgeoning damage. Yeah, okay. Alright, Flaming Axe. Fucking... Why is there another one? God damn it. Flaming Weapon. Wait, why can't I cast Flaming Weapon? Oh, wait. What the hell does this do? Is it just gonna, like, temporarily enchant my thing with, like, fire aspect? Fire imbuement. What? I understand. Not my problem. Okay, I don't need to worry. I don't need to worry about this. Get this out of here. Okay. Flaming Weapon. Flight. Obviously, that doesn't do anything. Font of Mana. What does that even do? Oh, does that... Okay, that doesn't... it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Font of Vitality. Okay, now... Yeah, that makes sense. The amount that D&D knowledge is actually helping me immediately know what these spells are going to do without actually having to necessarily cast them is about what you expected, but also surprising at the same time. Force Arrow. This isn't just Magic Missile. What the hell's the difference? It does force damage. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Sure. Where's the arrow rain? Give me the arrow rain. Lightning arrow, force arrow, arrow rain. Put this in here because I need this to, I need to remember to configure the conjured arrows. Force orb. What the hell is this? Let me guess. Force damage? Damn straight. Actually, wait, what? You resisted that? Oh, because it did thunder damage. Wait, it does blast? Bless you? God damn. Sure. What is this? This is Force Orb. Oh, and there's Force Arrow that I forgot to put down too. Force Arrow is Force. Force Orb is Blast. See, that's not something I would have known. Yeah, that makes sense. Force Field, Forest of Thorns. Let me guess. Why can't this just do regular cactus damage, dude? Why does it have to be like this? Alright, whatever, it doesn't matter. Forest of Thorns. Is magic. It's a weird looking cactus. Okay, but like it pricks you like a cactus. Forest curse. What the fuck does this do? Did that just do poison? Yeah, it did poison. Because this thing does poison, right? Oh no, it does. I don't know. Which one does poison? Poison. Poison does poison. No shit. What did I just cast? Forest curse. Okay. Is poison. Freeze. What? Okay, that doesn't do damage though. That's fine. Freezing weapon. $50. Makes sense. Frost axe. I'm gonna start getting violent here if there's more of this shit. Frost axe. Put that in there. With the flaming axe, because... Yeah, and let me guess, I hit you and you freeze? Yeah. Yep. Yep. That makes sense. How many do we have? How much more do we have? Frost Axe, Frost Barrier, Frost Ray, Frost Sigil, and Frost Step. So it's just FR. Frost Axe, Frost Barrier. Oh, I need to do this, and it creates that, which is just... thing. Okay, cool. Frost Ray. I must specify duration for the spell. Okay, fine. I don't care because Frost Ray... Frost Ray is going to be, you guessed it, Frost, not Force It. The Frost, spell this shit correctly. And then Frost Sigil is also going to be Frost. And Frost Step. I just feel like this probably just... This probably just gives me Frostwalker on a potion effect, basically. Yep. Okay, that's F. G, how many G spells are there? Oh my gosh, there's so many. Okay, Glide obviously is just utility. Grapple is probably utility. Okay, that's cool. Okay. You know what? I'm not convinced that that's not going to be blast damage. I think I somehow missed. Excuse me. Oh, it just does regular explosion. Wait, but what about fireball? No, not fire breath, fireball. Okay, like that actually does contact and does fire on contact. Dang it, dude. I need a... Okay, yeah, it just does an explosion. Okay, so, cool. Fireball is fire damage. Greater Fireball is bludgeoning damage. Or, well, whatever you set explosion damage to be. If you set explosion damage to be fire, then I guess you're good. Greater heal, greater telekinesis, greater ward, which is probably some kind of defensive spell. Group heal, growth aura, guardian beam. No, do the thing. Please tell me you count as a guardian beam. Just tell me that you're using that. You're not. Are you? Guardian beam. Nope. You're doing your own thing. Isn't that lovely? I love that. Love that for you. Okay, guardian beam. Guardian beam. No one tell me how many spells are in EBWizardry, because I don't think I'll be able to take it. No one tell me. I won't make it. How is this? Yeah, sure, that makes sense. That makes sense. Guardian beam, glide. Okay, so that's it. That's all G. H, which probably has, has Hailstorm, Heal, Heal Ally, Healing Aura, and Homing Spark. Okay, so Hailstorm is... that. Why do you have to be an annoying piece of shit, bro? Get the fuck out of here. How much longer is this? Okay, it does frost damage. I saw that there. So hailstorm is frost. Hailstorm. Frost. Frosty frost. Frosty frost cakes. That's what it is. And then we also have firestorm, which I never cast, but it's fire damage. I mean, froststorm, hailstorm. Well, I guess I could have seen hailstorm being like an individual projectile, much like arrow rain or whatever. So I need to check. But firestorm is fire, just like straight up. There's no need to check. And then homing spark. Homing spark is going to be shock. You bet. Okay. Why does there have to be like 12 spells that start with every letter of the alphabet, dude? I'm going to die. Does this do damage? Nope. Just preserves you. Okay. Right. Refrigerator in the book. That's what that is. Okay, maybe because they were thing. Yeah, it did frost damage. I'm gonna get alphabeted. Yep. Ice charge is frost. Ice lance. What you want to bet frost? You bet. Ice lance is frost. This is the most annoying thing about doing anything related to DDD is adding in these default values. Sometimes it makes me want to kill myself. Ice shard. Why do we need so many different spells that are like this, dude? Ice charge, ice lance, ice shard. I mean, this one probably goes first always because it has priority. If you get the joke, good for you. If you don't worry about it. It was dumb. Ice shroud. Okay, well that's probably like fire skin or whatever, but ice. No. I just need this with I. Hold on. Ice shroud. Ice spikes. That does frost. Who would have guessed? Wait, no. Ice statue. I'm guessing turns you into one of those. Yeah. Ice ball. Ice ball is one word? Yeah. Ignite, that just sets you on fire, so it doesn't really do anything. What do we have after Ignite? Imbue weapon. Intimidate, invigorating presence, invisibility, invoke weather, and iron flesh. Okay. I need a sword again. I should probably stop tossing out my sword every time. Imbuement, which probably makes it do a bit more damage. Yeah, basically. Okay. Intimidate just causes things to run away. Yep, just like that. Intimidate, invigorating presence, that's thing. Invoke weather. That probably just changes the weather. Invigorating presence. Increase strength, yeah, okay. Changes the weather in the world. Okay, well, I don't need any of those. Nor do I need iron flesh either, because iron flesh probably just gives me like extra armor or whatever. It doesn't matter. Okay, there's no J. K, L, okay. Leap, levitation, life drain probably does something. Lightning arrow probably does something. Lightning bolt, lightning disc, lightning hammer, lightning pulse, lightning ray, lightning sigil, and lightning web. They all probably do shock damage. I'll specify a duration. Okay, that does force. That's regular magic. Why is that not wither? Why is that not wither? Whatever. Whatever. Oops. Don't open it to land. What are you doing? What spell did I cast? Life Drain, which is life underscore drain. Gotcha. And that is just generic magic. Okay. Sure thing, buddy. And now the lightnings. Lightning arrow, which is shock. Lightning bolt, which, interestingly enough, it does not just summon a lightning bolt. Which I find fascinating. But it does do shock, so lightning bolt does that. Lightning arrow, lightning bolt. Arrow is shock. Lightning bolt is shock. Lightning disc. Lightning pulse, lightning ray, lightning hammer, lightning web. So it's all lightning something. Arrow, bolt, disc. Well, that's shock. Holy shit. Okay, cool. What the hell? Lightning web, lightning hammer. What the fuck does this do? Okay, well, if I had to hazard a guess. Yeah, it does a bunch of shock damage. Well, actually, no, because this doesn't actually do shock damage. This actually counts as a lightning bolt. But why does the lightning bolt spell not count as a lightning bolt when it's an actual lightning bolt? I don't understand, dude. It still does shock damage, but this thing's doing shock damage with it. I'm just gonna put lightning hammer here because it does technically do shock damage. Now, what spell did I cast? Lightning underscore hammer. Okay. Oops, don't do that. What does that even do? Can you not? Okay. Lightning pulse is shock. Okay. Lightning ray. I must specify duration. You know what? I know what this does. Lightning sigil. Okay. Okay. Is that all the lightning? No, there's lightning web too. I specify duration. Okay, like 4. Okay, lightning web does shock. Cool. Does shock damage. Okay. After L, we have M, which has magic missile, which I've already done. And then Mark, Sacrifice, Metamorphosis, Meteor, Mind Control, Mind Trick, Mine, Mirage, Muffle. What'd you do? Why is this under healing? What do you do? Marks a target as Divine Sacrifice. Next magical attack on a marked creature deals 60% extra damage for each level of the effect. Oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But that is specifically like a buff or whatever, so... Well, I guess technically a debuff. Metamorphosis... What do you do? Changes the target into another form. Only works on some creatures. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Meteor. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know what fucking damage that did. Can you get out of the fire? Can you stop being an idiot? It's an explosion. It is just straight up an explosion. So I don't need to worry about that. Mind control, that lets me... I don't know what that lets me do. But it doesn't matter. Mind trick does something. It also probably doesn't really do much. Mine literally mines a block. Okay, sure. Mirage, that's a buff, and then there's Muffle. Okay, none of those do damage. Just Magic Missile. Oh wait, well yeah, because Meteor doesn't. I don't need to worry about that. And Oak Flesh is the only thing there. Paralysis, Petrify, Phase Step, Permafrost, Plague of Darkness, Poison, Poison Bomb, Possession. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff here. Paralysis, well this looks like shock damage. I'd be right about that. And follow that up with Permafrost. Wait, what? What do you mean it doesn't do cold damage? Oh, I'm getting hit by a potion effect. Frostbite. Well, the Frostbite potion effect is definitely something. Let's put that there. Yeah, so like anything that does Frostbite as a potion effect, I now need to make do probably cold damage. Wow. Petrify, I mean, we know what this does. Yep. Phase Step. Why can't I cast Phase Step? Whoa, what the heck? Okay, that's cool. And Plague of Darkness. This should have a spell type. Dang it, dude. No, it just does wither damage. It doesn't even, like, do stuff. Earth will consume the wall. Why can't you tell me what the spell does? I love the lore, but, like, please, dude, let me know what it does. Okay, I'm pretty sure this just gives some wither. Well, I mean, I feel like it does more than just give wither. Because it does, like, pretty decent damage, but it's not saying that it's doing anything. Like, mechanically. It might just be, like, having their HP, but... Oh, wait, there we go. Here it is. Spell damage type wither. Okay, yeah, it is. It is necrotic. Spellcast Plague of Darkness. No, I need to know how to spell it. Plague of Darkness. And that does wither-based damage. What else do we got? Pocket Furnace, no. Pocket Workbench, no. Poison. This, well, if I had to hazard a guess, it probably, oh wow, it probably poisons you. It just gives you the poison potion effect, that's all it does. Stop walking away from me. Yeah, it's just poison. Okay, that's fine. Poison bomb, which I should probably... In there! Spark bomb. Oh, spark bomb is S, okay. Poison underscore bomb. That does poison. If it shows up on the projectile here, it should show up on the other things as well. Okay, so after that, it's possession, which possession, I know what possession does. There's no Q spells, there's a couple R. Radiant Totem, Ray of Purification, Remove Curse, Replenish Hunger, Resurrection, Reversal, and Ring of Fire. Okay. Holy shit. What does this even do? What have I created? Creates a Radiant Tome which shoots beams of light at nearby creatures, healing allies but damaging mobs. Lasts for 30 seconds. Potency will increase the number of targets. Well, you're not damaging that thing. Oh, well, you are now. Oh, it just targets whatever's the closest. I see, I see. And it does Radiant. Okay, so... Radiant Totem. Is Radiant. No kidding. Ray of Purification, does this, like... Yeah, it does radiant damage. Ray of Purification does radiant. Yeah. And then after that... Remove Curse. That probably only works if you have a curse thing, which I don't. Replenish Hunger, Resurrection, Reversal. What does this do? What? Removes a random negative potion effect and inflicts it upon the target, which will suffer that effect for the remaining duration. Potency increases the number of effects that are... Oh, okay, so... Yeah, okay. That's interesting. And there's Ring of Fire. Huh, I bet I know what this does. Yeah, who would have known? Fire damage. Yeah, Ring of Fire is the spell here. Yeah, okay. Now, S is gonna have... Oh my gosh, so many. Okay, most of these are summons, which I don't need to care about. Not right now, anyway. I will need to care later. Well, actually, I should probably go through them now, and then add it to the list of minion resistances. Okay, so what does that do? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, what does Shadow Ward do? Creates a wall of darkness in front of the caster, which causes half of all incoming damage to be inflicted upon the attacker instead. I guess it makes sense to be you. Okay, that does force, because it does magic damage. I mean, it's the same thing as, Curse of Binding, basically. Did I put Curse of Binding in here? No, just Curse of Undeath. So I don't need to do anything there. Shield. 50 bucks that just halves the damage or like blocks the damage or whatever. I wouldn't need to worry about that. I should probably look at it anyway. Blocks projectiles and magic. Also grants the caster a weak resistance effect. Yeah, it's just shield. Whoops. Shockwave might be blast or shock damage. It's blast. Holy shit. Okay, it's blast damage. Gotcha. Okie doke. Shulker bullet? Don't do it. I mean, the shulker, when the shulker hits me, I just take damage. It doesn't specify. Okay, so I need to actually set up shulkers. Well, specifically they're shulker bullets, but you know. I don't know if that would go into projectiles or not. I don't think the shulker bullet is a projectile. Whatever. EBWizardry S. Silverfish swarm. This just creates a bunch of silverfish. These are all my silverfish. Whoa, what are you? You have so much more health. They like don't they like don't do anything. Oh shit. Okay, well. These are minion based, obviously, so. Okay, thank you for not telling me shit. I very appreciate that. Sixth sense. What does this even detect? What the hell is happening? That's pretty cool. Okay, well. Slime? What the fuck? The hell kind of damage does this do? It doesn't do any damage. It's just generic magic damage. What? Okay, it's not like classified as anything. What? Slime. What do you do? It's a ray spell, yeah, on entity hit. Now I think what I'm seeing here is if I try and do this on a slime, it says the slime is immune. Slime resisted slime. Yeah, no shit. Okay. Entity magic slime. What is this? What the fuck is this? Lifetime owner ID. It summons a slime. Riding the given target. And then on update, it will attack entity from magic. But this doesn't, like, the thing is that there's no context here. This is just congratulations, you take damage. It's not doing any damage. Who the fuck stepped on that shit? You! What the hell are you doing, mate? Guess my imbuement wore off after a while, that's fair. So, it just does... Damn, like, it can't classify it as anything. The only way I could classify it is very similar to the way poison is classified. And then have it just copy. Just have it copy the magical slime damage. I might have to do that. So time doesn't matter, smoke bomb doesn't matter, snare. Well, we know what snare is going to have to be. Snare is going to have to be magic. There's only like one spell that does force damage. That's hilarious. Well, so far. So I'll Spark Bomb. Spark Bomb is shock. Bomb. This is shock. After Spark Bomb is Spectral Pathway. What the hell? Yo, that's pretty cool. How far does this thing go? Okay, it goes pretty far, but not endlessly. Okay. And I imagine after some time it just wears off. Speed time, spider swarm. Okay, you summon a bunch of spiders that look like cave spiders. Well, I like how those bullets just fell to the ground. Like, what? Okay, after this spider swarm, that's it for you. Static aura. Does this cause me to damage things nearby? Or is it just damage things that touch me? No, let me... It does shock damage. I don't really need it for the aura. The aura is more of like the defensive thing. Maybe. I didn't do it for the other auras, so I'm not gonna do it for this one. For like the fire skin and all that other stuff. I didn't do it for those ones. Pretty sure, right? Yeah, I didn't. That's fine. Not gonna worry about it. Okay. Storm Cloud? Why can't I cast Storm Cloud? Oh, I actually successfully cast Storm Cloud there. Bye! Oh my gosh. Okay, so after ST is SU. We have Summon Blaze, we have Summon... We have all these summons. Summon, summon, summon. Okay, you're my Blaze. I don't know who you're attacking, it doesn't matter. Okay, you are something completely different. Okay, but that has its own thing, actually. That's its own, like, mob that exists. Your aim sucks balls, though, dude. Summon Iron Golem. Oh, you're a Spectral Golem. That's interesting. So, you don't need to be... Okay, whatever. Summon Lightning Wraith, which... Probably copy just a regular Lightning Wraith. Defender. What do you mean there's no Defender here? Yeah, it's just a Lightning Wraith. Okay, so... Blaze should copy Blaze, Lightning Wraith should copy Lightning Wraith, Ice Wraith should copy Ice Wraith. Okay, not gonna worry too much about that. I just want to copy the ones that are obviously based off mobs. I want to see if there's anything about... Okay, that doesn't help. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about that. What other summons we got? No, not summon, the cast. Lightning Wraith, Phoenix. Oh. I remember who you are. I don't like you. Shadow Wraith, you are... Not gonna worry about that. Summon Skeleton. Okay, you... I'm going to... I need... Right? So you're a summon thing that I need. Why don't I just look at this? These are all the summons. Summon Zombie, I've already done. Summon the Snow Golem, summon Skeleton. Summon Spirit Wolf, I ain't gonna worry about that. Summon Blaze. Summon Ice Wraith. Summon Wither Skeleton. I have no idea what a Skeleton Legion is. Oh, it's just a bunch of them. Gotcha. There we go. Summon Ice Wraith with the Skeleton, Skeleton, Blaze. Don't need any of those. So these are all the summons that I care about. Yeah, and then that's it. Thunderbolt, Thunderstorm, Tornado, Transience, and Teleportation. So Thunderbolt obviously does something. Please stop walking. Yeah, it does shock. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. Does shock. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah, it's shock damage. You just... Okay, it does magic. Tornado is magic. Transients, no fucking idea. Does not matter. What does this say? Remember the location of a stone first, circle first. Okay, so that's whatever. Vanishing box. Oh, that just opened up an ender chest. That's pretty cool. And Vex Swarm. These are just Vexes. Okay. So I need the Vex Swarm here. Okay, this doesn't do damage. Okay. Ward, that just, like, protects me. Water breathing gives me water breathing. Very good. Whirlwind. Why can't I cast Whirlwind? Whirlwind. Goodbye. Goodbye to you two. Like, very goodbye to you two. Okay, but that doesn't do damage. Wither. I think this just inflicts Wither, right? Nope, Wither actually does Wither. Wither does Wither. This makes sense. Fuck, don't blow up my chest, you bitch! I don't care about that. Can you stop withering and dying, dude? I'm trying to... Thank you. It counts as bludgeoning. Really? Oh wait, there we go. It counts as explosion. Okay. Or like there is an explosion associated with it. That works for me. And there's Withering Totem, which I'm guessing probably does that. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, and then what else we got? Oops. Holy shit, dude. That's pretty cool. But that just falls under this. So these are only for vanilla mobs that matter. Because the non-vanilla mobs would just use their own mob ID thing, so... Okay. That's all the spells. That's all of them. And now we have to do the minions. No. Slash summon. EBWizardry. Is it Silverfish Minion? It's Silverfish Minion. Okay. And that would be Minecraft zombie. I probably shouldn't call it minion resistances. Probably call it like minion capabilities, because I probably want to copy over the damage distribution as well, which is for some reason not something I thought of. And then there's spider minion, which is you, but you look to be a cave spider, so you're gonna copy all the spider stuff. So Or sorry, the cave spider stuff. Spider minion copies Minecraft cave spider. And then, what else we got? Oh, snow golem. Yeah, snow golem. Summon... Snow golem. Oh, you're just a straight up snow golem. Okay, that's cool. So I don't actually need to worry about you. You're fine. So Silver Swarm, Spider Swarm, Ice Wraith, Ice Wraith. I don't need to care about the Ice Wraith either, because the Ice Wraith, it's like the, whoops. Yeah, it's just Ice Wraith. It's not an Ice Wraith minion, right? So I only need to care about things that copy vanilla mobs, or, you know, other mobs. So like this. So the Wither Skeleton. Wither Skeleton minion, right? So that's you. Right? And then you obviously should mimic the resistances of Wither Skeleton. So Wither Skeleton minion should copy Minecraft Wither Skeleton. And what else we got here? Oh, regular skeleton. Oh yeah. Skeleton minion should copy Minecraft skeleton. I keep doing that. There's a stray minion too. I guess there was some spells somewhere along the way where that was a thing that I must have looked over. Stray minion should copy Minecraft stray. Is there a husk minion? That is the question. There is a husk minion. Okay, well, do that for them too. Yeah, and then zombie minion for zombie, husk minion for husk. Blaze for blaze, so blaze minion for blaze. Blaze minion for blaze, and then I guess it's vex minion for vex. And it shouldn't be minion resistances, it should be minion capabilities. So, just refactor this to capabilities. There we go. That is all the spells. I've gone through all of them. I just need to handle these. And then the arrow rain and the permafrost. So I need to handle the potion effect too. I think that's the only potion effect I really need to handle, probably. Everything else doesn't seem like it matters. Okay. So, it's this stuff. I'm now going to switch back to the IDE. I'm going to keep this open. That way we can see what's going on here. This, obviously, I need to change to, instead of minion resistances, minion capabilities. Whoops, this should not be caps locked. Unspecified entry and use it as their own. They don't have an entry. They will only copy resistances if and only if they don't have an entry in the mob resistances config already. Same applies to damage distribution. And mob damage section. This is just to save some obvious copying, such as how zombie minions are likely to be configured as the same resistances and damage as regular zombies. Copy the capabilities of. The minion will get the default resistances copied instead. Mobs not listed here will get the default resistances and damage. Minions not listed here will check regular mob resistances config for config entry. Malform entry in this list will be ignored. Okie doke. And then refactor this to be minion capabilities. Okay. Now, here, this is checking this, right? If this is not configured, and if configurations dot mob damage dot configured entry dot get key. What are you doing? What are you doing? I guess I should. I can do this. I can do this better. I can do this so much better. Okay, for starters, this should be minion capability reference. Ability delegates, this should be refactor this. Wait, no, I don't need to refactor that. Minion capabilities. Minion capabilities, minion capability reference. Okay, good. Capability reference. So what I want to do here is dot cycle. The configurations dot mob resists. BDD configurations dot mob damage. Iterator. Okay, comment out that. We have an iterator. Maybe I don't want an infinite iterator. Maybe I just want an iterable that I can iterate over. Probably. That's what I want. Iterable. This can just be an immutable list dot of that stuff. Configs dot for each config. If config dot configured iterators dot cycle. Okay, I can do this, and then if it's configured, type that next. So it'll get resistances. Then, if it's configured, do config dot put entry dot get key config dot get or fallback to default entry dot get value. Huh, really? This should be mob resistance categories, and this should be eye damage distribution. And so this should, well, it returns an object. I need to put an object. You're joking. I just do that, then this would work. I don't think this works. This needs to be entry.getKey. Yeah, okay, so I wanted to just iterate over both of these configs and then do it without having to do it twice. Okay, well then we're just gonna do this. Copy capability. No, you gotta import the right config entry. Not even giving me the opportunity to do it. Configuration dot config entry. There we go. If entry.getKey, we should do getKey. If it's not configured, then we do config.put entry.getKey. Should probably just do it like this. So if the key is not configured, then we configure the key so that it goes to config.get or fallback to default for the entry.get value. This is going to be key, something, and then value. And that something is going to be the type, which I'm just going to put right there. Now, I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. And I do copy capability, and I'm going to do ddd configurations dot mob damage, passing the entry, and this is going to be damage. And then this is going to be mob resists. And it just does all that. Now it will copy the damage distribution, and it will copy the other thing. The damage distribution and the resistances. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, see, I don't have the shulker bullet here. I wonder if the shulker bullet counts as a projectile. I don't think it does. It does not. It does not count. Which means I have to put it in mob damage. That's what that's where that has to go. Oh, I have it here already. It just didn't copy because these things are old, so that's fine. Okay. That is fine. Let's see. EBWizardry. Conjured arrow, right? Conjured arrow. We'll like have it do half piercing, like half force or something. And then this needs to show up on the conjured bow. Let me just check here. Is this conjured bow? It is. Oh, it's spectral bow. Excuse me, spectral bow. The spectral sword should be piercing, 50%, force, 50%, and then just kind of copy this down here. So it's a spectral sword. Just want to confirm that it is spectral sword, yeah. And the spectral pickaxe. This should actually be slashing, excuse me. Okay, what else? Okay, so I've done the conjure sword, I've done the conjure bow with the arrows. I need conjure armor, I need the spectral armor. But before I do that, is there anything else like weapon-wise? The flaming axe, the frost axe. Just the flaming axe and the frost axe. Which is flaming axe. Maybe let's do slashing and fire, that's probably fine. And this is a frost axe. So go down here, set this to frost. And cold. Okay, so that's all the conjurable weapons. Is there any other EBWizardry stuff that should have a damage distribution associated with it? No, it works. Seems to be, that seems to just be it. From what I can tell. Now there's the flame catcher. And flame catcher is a special thing that I need to handle. I did the flaming axe, I did the frost axe. I need to deal with the permafrost. Permafrost is special. I did the arrow rain, and the slime is special, and the curse of undeath, and I just need to do the conjure armor. Okay. Spectral helmet, spectral chestplate, spectral leggings, spectral boots. Chest plate, leggings, boots. Okay, got that. Okay, so now that I got that, I am not really going to deal too much with handling the entities. I just wanted to link it, and I just wanted to have the like weapons and armor and stuff. That's kind of the biggest deal. Actually, what I can do is I can go to this, and I can put this here, the flame catcher thing. Flame catcher. Because that'll work. I don't need to do anything specific for that. Okay, so that's actually flame catcher, conjure armor. I just have these three: Curse of Undeath, slime, and this like spell effect. Which I'm probably gonna have to do the spell effect the same way I did the poison effect, which is to go to probably this built-in poison. And if it's magic and they have poison active, I get the potion effect. If it's ready, I get the amplifier. Or like if it's ready, then I return true. And this is probably how I will handle the slime thing. Except, do I need to? Yeah, I do need to. Okay, yeah. The frostbite distribution, that needs to implement. I think it just needs to extend abstract predefined distribution. The name is whatever. Yeah, okay. So now I just need to determine is active. If target dot get potion effects. I guess I could do is potion effect, is potion active. Yeah. Wizardry, like, whatever it is. Wizardry potions dot. I mean, decay does its own thing. Is it just called frost? Okay, so now we're gonna have to check this. I think it's in registry, potions, frost. No, that's not it. What? Okay, it's not based on the potion effect. This is based on the block. Okay, so it's the block that's doing damage here. Alright, so I gotta find the permafrost block. Here you are. Block permafrost, go here. Okay, so it needs to be... I need to get this. So it's not the potion effect. It just damages it from the permafrost spell. And it just does damage source magic. Which is dumb. But, you know, we'll have to figure that out. Let's see. I can probably... check if they are in... Sort of like how I did for the Lycanite's fire blocks, probably. For this, what I did was I checked if it was inside the fire, which I got the bounding box, I checked all this. But this is like the way that, well, World Thought class. Turn the water, update tick. Okay, so that doesn't do anything. Permafrost. I need to check to see if they are in this block. Okay. It has nothing to do with the potion effect. Is there like an is in block or whatever? There is in lava. Is inside of material. How does that work? How does is inside of material work? Is material in BBB material.lava? Okay. I could do that. This.world is material in BB, and then set the bounding box, get the entity bounding box, and then instead check for material.ice. This is an event? No, it's not. It's just a thing. Okay, sure. Sure thing, buddy. Block state that get block is entity inside of material. This is so annoying. I can check if it's inside material.ice, but then I also need to verify that, you know, one of those blocks is, we get that. We get a pooled mutable block pause. This that get block state. That's from the world. World.get block state. Set pause to this. Then the result is AABB inside material. Well, we can get the block. Call them boats or fishing hooks are inside the block to check if they're inside the material requested. Okay, so I need just something like this. However, instead, I just need to check if the block itself is permafrost. Because I get this thing. Pattern box. What do you check? That'd be for like water or whatever. Do I have a mix-in for this? I don't really want to have to write a new mix-in just for this, but I don't. I'd have to check if they're inside this. The damage could be altered, but the damage source needs to be magic, and they have to be in there. I want the collision bounding box, or do I want the collision box? What's the difference? Probably want this. Collision bounding box. The water, handle water moon, do water splash effect. I can check if it's inside the material, right? Like, I can do that. That's NAN intersects. Be nice to know if it intersects, but I need to. I don't just want to check like a whole bunch of errors around. I want to target dot is inside of material. Wizardry dot wizardry blocks dot permafrost dot get material. So I would need to have the world where all that collision occurred. Is entity inside of material. I need the world, which I can get, the block pause, which I can't, and the block state, which I also can't. Not really. I don't want to have to do this. So I can't get the freaking bounding box. I don't even know how to do this. It sucks that it's magic. That it's just magic. It might not matter. Because you could very much make the argument that if I do it for the permafrost, then I should do it for the snare, because they're both blocks that do damage. And if I'm doing it for the snare, right, because the snare should do piercing damage, right? Because it's prickly. So if I'm doing it for the snare, and if I'm doing it for the permafrost, then I should also do it for the thorns. Which, you know, now we're going down a rabbit hole that's not worth going down. So to that I say, it's not a problem. It's just not something that DDD classifies, because it's not worth the hassle. If someone brings it up and they go, hey, this should do cold damage and stuff like that, then I will say, okay, that is your opinion. If you have an idea on how that can be done, let me know and I will do it. Make a pull request. Because I'm not going through that hassle. And I don't want to mix in just for like mod compat. It's a little unnecessary, I'd say. So, anyway, there's what's left. Okay, we don't care about the permafrost. There's the slime, and then there's the curse of undeath. Now, the slime should actually... Okay, the magic slime should copy slime. So go there and have magic slime copy slime. Because that is one thing that needs to be done for the magic slime spell, but I also need to it's not doing bludgeoning damage, it's just doing this shit. Okay, so now go back to the spell for not the potions. The magic slime. There we go. Okay, so now this, it's writing, yes, damages and slows the slime's victim or makes the slime explode if the victim is dead. Okay, so I'd have to check if the passenger is like they're taking damage. And only taking 1 damage. Like they're only ever taking 1 damage, but I should never count on the number. Unless it's like very specific. And then I have to check if the ticks existed, modulo 16 is 1, then I know that it should, it's damaging this tick. And then we just get the magic slime's damage distribution, and that is the damage distribution. Okay, so here, this one I can do. DDD abstract predefined distribution. Do this. Add the constructor. Wizardry slime, and this is sourced up built in. Alright, got that. And now, enabled should always be true in this context. Get types, and then get damage distribution, and then I need private boolean has slime. So now what I want to do is I want to check target.get passengers. So this thing's passengers, right? I'm actually, no, just get the passengers. Dot for each Now, just because how the heck? Written by entities, collections, empty list, new arrayed list, written by entities. This is a list of entities. Get lowest writing entity. For entity equals this, entity dot is writing. Entity equals entity dot get writing entity. I probably want to get the lowest writing entity. That seems like it makes sense. If this is an instance of entity magic slime, then we cast it. We check if its ticks existed. Module 16 is 1. I return that, yeah. So return entity magic slime entity dot ticks existed modulo 16 is 1. That's what we're returning. Otherwise we return false. And then what we do here is we want to return source equals damage source dot magic and this dot, well, I guess this can be static. Has slime. What do you mean? Oh. We do this. All right, and then what we do is if source equals damage source dot magic, then return get slime damage distribution for the target. Otherwise, return optional dot empty. And then here we basically do the same thing. If the source is damage source.magic. Now I hate duplicating this, so I'd rather not. That's fine. Get slime damage distribution dot map. Damage distribution get categories dot or else sets dot empty set wait, collections dot empty set, dude. Not this, not that empty set. This empty set. Okay, got that, got that, got that. So now I just need this. And then this is where we do this. And then we want to do and that applies. Then we will return optional, but no, we'll return ddd api.accessor.get damage distribution for cast this to Yeelp entity. There we go. Okay, so if the lowest writing entity is a magic slime, and the magic slime has existed for the interval required for it to do its damage, then we get the magic slime's damage distribution. I'm casting twice here. Is that really necessary? I can do entity magic slime here. And I can just pass in the slime here. There we go. Cast it. Get its ticks existed. I mean, I think ticks existed is, it's on entity, so... Yeah, this is on entity. Ticks existed as an entity. I don't need to cast it here. This is a waste of a cast. It's just don't even bother doing this. Just do that, and then do ELB entity. Yeah. Do it like that. That's much better. Don't need to cast it twice. Not necessary. So now this, we register. I think that's the only other thing, right? It's just the slime dude. Oh wait, yeah, the Curse of Undeath. Curse of Undeath, that's gonna be... That's a thing that I can technically maybe do, I don't know. Okay, so where's my electrical integration? This. Is the Lycanite's fire stuff like registered? Where are you registered? Just so I know. Are you registered in init? What are we doing here? Those are for specific capabilities, which this doesn't have. It doesn't have any special damage distribution capabilities, because it doesn't really need it, because it doesn't make sense. You do it in init. Okay. We'll do it in init too. Streamed out of... What do you even do here? Oh, this gets... Redefine distribution. Casted to that, new wizardry slime distribution dot for each one ddd registries dot distributions dot register do that for each one. I'm doing this like this because I'm gonna just be inserting another distribution afterwards as well, because yeah. Now, does Curse of Undeath, this is the big thing, does Curse of Undeath give like a potion effect or anything like that? Okay, this is easy then. I just need to check if, because I have a thing for this. I had some kind of tracker somewhere. So basically the same thing here. If the world is daytime, the brightness is this, the entity ID, well, I don't need this part. I just need entity is burning, the block can see the sky, and then I need to also check if they have this Curse of Undeath potion effect. And maybe make it so that it's not in this. Well, it doesn't matter, because I have to check to the potion effect anyway, and some things might be immune to the potion effect or whatever. This needs to extend abstract single type dist. So the name is going to be Wizardry Undeath Burning. It's going to be source.built-in, and the config is going to be config dot damage dot extra damage dot enable daylight burning damage, because it should apply on the exact same context. And the type should be I should just link it to dot distributions dot get do this, put the name here, because we're just going to do ddd daylight disk dot name dot enabled, probably, right? Because this enabled is just going to get whatever the other thing is, the config.get, right? So override it so that does that. Use a no argument constructor. There is no no argument constructor. There is a no arg constructor, or there is no no arg constructor. So that does this, right? And then this is just going to return ddd registries dot distributions dot get ddd daylight disk dot name, do that, get the reference to it, and then cast it to abstract single type dist. Oh, I can't get the type. Okay, well then it doesn't matter. Just return radiant like that. And to use the type, uh, and I'm basically going to return everything here. Just to confirm that it's in the daylight, and then we just add this whitelist thing, right? So now I don't need this. What? Okay. What just happened? It just crashed on me. That's hilarious. I don't know why I did that. Okay, cool. Cool. I don't know why that happened. Oh well. Well, I mean, I was gonna basically wrap up when I was done this anyway, so. Oh well, I guess we're wrapping early. The sale of V. I'll finish this up and then I can verify it works tomorrow or something. Or maybe I'll just finish it tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway. See ya, I guess. This was weird.